All right, good morning, everyone. This is our special council meeting of Tuesday, July 28th, 2026 at 9 a.m. And it is 9 a.m., so I will call the meeting to order. Before we begin, I'd like to state the township land acknowledgement. The township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture, and of our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways, which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey to foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. I will note as well that all members of council are present except for Councillor O'Leary. And we are at the adoption of the agenda part. So do I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? I have Councillor Cox, second by Councillor Simpson, that the agenda for the special council meeting held on Tuesday, July 28, 2026 be adopted as presented. Any questions on the agenda? And all those in favor? And that is carried. Item 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. Are there any disclosures at this present time? Seeing none, if you do find yourself in that situation later, please declare. And we are at item 4, which is public comment. So recognizing today we do have a report and presentation with regards to the drainage project. There will be commenting and questions permitted through the report process. So if you are here to provide comment on the drainage portion of the meeting, that would be recommended where you'd speak. So the other matters on the agenda are bylaws and a closed session. So if there are any persons wishing to speak on those items, then I'd invite you to the podium. And seeing none, Madam Clerk, did we receive anything in writing?
Through to you, Your Worship, we did not receive any comments in writing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that takes us on to item 5, which is a presentation from Tom Pridham, and then leading into the report itself. So Mr. Pridham, welcome to you and your team, and the floor is yours.
With me today is Peter Spivey. Peter is with Andrew Thompson Associates in Barrie, and he did the appraisal work for the project. And Peter is here today just in case there's any questions with respect to how the allowances were calculated and that type of thing. So I appreciate Peter's attendance. I'd like to just quickly go through the report summary. It's very similar to what we reviewed with council a couple of weeks ago, but just for the additional owners that are in tenants. So I would ask the second one, Marty. Just to go through the presentation. First of all, dealing with the overall project design, existing conditions, both photos and videos, closed drain design, project cost summary, and the next steps with respect to the process. The overall project design is made up of really two components. The first component is the open drain, which is in the Yankovich and Bennick property on the very right-hand side of the slide. It starts at the Spring Creek drain, goes east-west along the back property line, then goes north-south, and then turns and goes up by the chip truck to Elizabeth Street. And that drain itself was cleaned out by the township in 2019 just to give some relief to Elizabeth Street. But the petition by the road super, or the operations manager at that time, was to incorporate it so that it wouldn't be 100% township cost in the future. And that was a wise thing to do. Where that hatched area is, it used to be the old low draw. At one time, flows came across the 7th, sort of through the Botanics property and then out through that low draw in that field. So we're going to strip the topsoil in the low draw, put the fill in there, and then put the topsoil back on top. So it should look good when we're done. The other component is a closed drain component on the left-hand side, and you can see it there, and I'll go through that in more detail later on. On the very, very left-hand side, you'll see the stormwater management facility in the bottom left-hand corner. That's proposed for the Pilla Industrial Subdivision. As you recall, there's 23 lots going to be developed and routed through that large facility there. Mr. Pilla has a petition in place now to seek an outlet for that facility down to the Spring Creek drain, and that's in progress. So that upper watershed has been addressed. Just looking quickly at the existing conditions. This is the culvert on the 7th line, the southerly one. It was upgraded at the time of the home hardware development from I believe an 18-inch to a 30-inch CSP at that point in time as part of the work. And my understanding from Croziers is it was more or less a directive for the NVCA to upgrade it at that time. Next one, Marty. This is the McGowan Estate property. You can see it. It comes by the Sean Hoffenbracks and around, and it's just spilling out on the surface of the ground. It continues downstream around Sean's Pond, and basically you can see it sort of follows the low draw there. This is just top water with no defined better banks. And this looking back at Sean's place from the McGowan Estate property, you can see it's pretty saturated and pretty wet. If we can, Marty, if I could ask you to play that video. I think council has seen it before, but just after a storm, I think it was July of 2023, I went out after a storm just to see what was going on. That 30-inch culvert was about half full, so there was a lot of water going through on top of the ground, just dumping out on top of the McGowan property without no proper outlet. There would be some water in that from the Pilla lands that's going to be diverted as part of this, but there was a lot of water coming through that day. The northerly one is the one that's up by TSE. It's now the Sierra property, and there's a head wall at that location there. It was developed quite a few years ago. I think it was 2004, and the head wall installed. Keep going. This is, again, it crosses the road. This is the Guerrero property and the Albert Mary's property. You can see it's soaking wet back there as well. This is along the back fence line. I think Councillor Meadows mentioned before about the bulrushes back there being thick and tall, and it's just very, very wet and completely saturated. And it's not really safe or healthy, to be honest with you. Again, there's a small video that we happened to be on site not too long ago after a bit of a rainfall storm, and this is the water crossing the 7th line at the north crossing. And this is coming out of the Sierra property. There's an orifice plate on concrete head wall, but it's coming around the back of the orifice plate. And pretty substantial flows going on top of the ground. But that stake there is where a catch basin is going to go. And the next one, Marty. Again, there's another little branch that's being proposed for Pete and Frank G. Matolo, and it's going basically through that little shed that's there to the north to provide them an outlet. They have 3 sump pumps running to try to keep ahead of the water on their property, and that little branch will be a big help to them. And if I think probably one of the most important things in the report is outlined on page number 8, and I don't know if council would have the reports with them, but it's page 8, and if I can just draw your attention to that. about 2/3 of the way down through that first paragraph, and it starts with the soils.
Sorry, Tom, just confirm page 8, or can you, which section is it?
Yeah, section 5.3, Your Worship.
5.3, thank you.
And it's probably the most important couple of paragraphs in the entire report. And about 2/3 of the way down through the first paragraph, the soil's antecedent moisture condition is now chronically high, such that at the beginning of a subsequent rainfall event, the soils exhibit reduced infiltration capacity. In short, the soil never gets a chance to fully dry out due to the larger volumes and extended periods of runoff that they are subjected to from the newly developed lots. Basically, all I'm trying to say there is it's just simply the volume of water. The area never gets a chance to dry out like it used to. And the next paragraph is, again, probably one of the more important ones. Overall, our investigation found that the increased post-development runoff volume is the primary cause of injury to the downstream properties. The increase in volume is a permanent consequence of the increased impervious areas on the developed sites and exist independently from the flow control devices designed to reduce peak flow rates from each property. Bringing these flow control devices into conformance with their approved stormwater management reports is necessary to manage peak flows. However, even with these deficiencies corrected, the downstream impacts will not be relieved as volume control was not provisioned for in either report. The design at the time was pre-equals post. If it was 1 cubic meter before, 1 cubic meter after. But I think that has really changed in the stormwater management component of design. Now infiltration is a big thing, infiltrating water. Going back in the TSC report, the coefficient went from 0.3 to 0.9, so you have 3 times the volume of water. In the home hardware report, it doubled the volume of water. And neither development, the TSC or the home hardware, everyone was working in good faith, and there was no deliberate intention by anyone to create an issue for someone. It's simply the fact that volume was not accommodated for in either design. And when you collect surface flows and discharge it onto the lands of somebody and injure them, there is a common law liability to take that water to a proper outlet. How we share in that liability is, yet to be determined. But again, to be clear, the design at the time was pre-equals post, and volume was not accounted for. Volume is the issue. It just never gets a chance to dry out. It just, every time you get a bit of rain, that 7 acres or 10 acres is always, it's straight runoff, just straight runoff. But in order to address the injury that's being created out there, we've came up with a storm sewer design that's approved by the Conservation Authority. We have strong support from the Conservation Authority to see it resolved. They're happy to see it resolved, and we met with them, and John Wilmans attended and can confirm that they were quite happy to see it move forward. So I'd like to just, if I may, Greg, just look at the closed drain design. The pipe network, as I mentioned before, the Pilla Industrial Subdivision is to be routed through that facility that Mr. Pilla is proposing and taken southerly to the Spring Creek Drain. But the balance of the watershed is dealt with through basically 2 separate drains. The first one coming from the open ditch along the back of the Botanics property on the McGowan property is a 1050 storm sewer, which is a 42-inch, fairly deep, fairly flat, but it'll take all the upstream waters. The green one that's coming up around Sean's, following the route of basically where you saw the water go the other day, in the other pictures, that's a 750 or 30-inch storm sewer. It comes up across the road, and at the road there'll be a catch basin on both sides and a new surface culvert installed. And that'll do a good job of taking that water that's coming through there now that you saw in the video underground and down to a proper outlet. And it'll work well. The northerly one is, you can see there in purple along the backs of those properties. There's lots of room to work in there. It's a 24-inch. up to the corner, and then it turns and goes back up to the 7th line to pick up the water that we saw boiling up before in the second video. And that's an 18-inch there. And the little orange stub there is for PG, Matola, and Frank, for them to hook up to. It's deep enough that they can run a tile over the catch basin and drain their backyard as well. And we've had discussions with Pete and Frank with respect to the elevations and design with respect to that. The pipe is to be installed in what's known as a setback. So it's a side yard setback or a rear yard setback. And Greg has been very helpful in helping with the setbacks. Again, you can't develop within these setbacks. The pipe is in the same setback that you can't develop in. Very little impact. If anything, having a pipe, those properties fronting the 7th, having a pipe in their backyard, if it ever gets redeveloped, having direct access to a storm drain for any developers looking to do something, having direct access to a storm drain is tremendous value to them. And again, the maintenance component, I don't see this HDPE pipe that they're using now. It should last forever. It's like a plastic pipe in a landfill. I don't see any maintenance ever being required. Periodically, you might want to check the manholes to make sure there's no obstructions in the manholes. But I don't see very, very limited maintenance at all. And it should do a good job, not only now, but for several generations in the future. The typical closed drain installation, and I think I've reviewed this with the council before, this is what we've been doing lately. The pipe is usually installed on crushed stone, and the main pipe is sealed so you don't get tree roots into it. And there's also some granular backfill to the spring line and a smaller pipe installed at the spring line to help, a perforated pipe to help drain the local drainage and keep it wet, or keep it dry, I should say. Above the granular material, the compacted native material, so whatever native material is there, and then the strip topsoil goes back up on top. And very effective, very standard design, and the purpose of the subdrain is to help keep it dry. Again, as we mentioned last time I was here, this is an example of how it looks. This is a small project that we did in Everett, just for the county of Simcoe. You can see on the right-hand side, you can see that 24-inch HDPE pipe, and in beside it is a smaller perforated pipe to help with drainage. So that's kind of what it would look like. They put it in, and you can see the gravel material behind the catch basin up to a foot over the pipe, and you can see that the machine is there now putting the native material back over the granular material, and he's filling around the catch basin. Topsoil goes back on top. The area is hydro-seeded, some riprap at the catch basins. This is what it'll look like when it's all said and done. You see on the right-hand side the catch basin, the riprap, and the green, fully restored and grassed. So you're looking at the Guerrero property and Albert and Mary's. Those old willows will be gone, the cattails will be gone, cleaned up, and that what it looks like on the left will actually look more like the right-hand side when we're done. So it'll be a tremendous benefit to that area. And I showed that to Ms. Guerrero the other day, and she thought that would look very nice. So I appreciated that. Project cost summary. I think I printed this in paper because I can't see that well anymore. But the project cost summary is made up of several different components, and the first component is the construction component, and it's estimated about $675,000. That's to excavate the open drain, buy the pipe, put it in, that type of thing. The allowances to the property owners, again, they're fairly significant, and they were done by Peter, who we retained to do the allowances. Basically, what type of impact to these properties was a result from the work. So in the open drain component, we had to open or take some land, so they're compensated. For the closed drain component, there's a pipe buried in the setback. What type of compensation should be provided. So again, Peter has been doing this before. He did the work in Glencairn, so the allowances are listed. The report, appraisal report, meetings, tendering and construction, legal survey assistance, administration, including net HST. We've also, I think, as I mentioned before, I've carried some cost in there for the borrowing costs for the municipality or interest charges that could be charged back to the project. Total cost is $1.3 million, so it's a fairly significant project. With respect to the overall cost distribution, this is probably the toughest part of my job, is to allocate that over the watershed in accordance with the Drainage Act. And the special assessments that are shown there on the second line, basically the road crossings. So the 63,000 is a southerly crossing, the 55,000 is a northerly crossing. And that's brand new pipe at both locations, brand new catch basins, and a brand new surface culvert. Those stay with the municipality as a special assessment. That's Section 26 of the Drainage Act. After you back that out, you have about $1.2 million to go to the lands and roads. So we've allocated it over 8 different schedules. We broke it up. That's how you do it. It's called intervals. You break it up, you assign so much as benefits, so much as outlet, and then they combine back to form the assessment schedule. Overall, the project landed about 45% to the municipality and about 55% to the property owners. And that's not uncommon. I've seen that before over 45 years, that type of split. And the next one is what's known as the construction assessment schedule. What's listed there is the roll numbers, the properties, the descriptions. Injuring liability, there's a section in the Act that the engineer may assess injuring liability to properties that are injuring others, so I've used that. Benefit assessment, again, through the Drainage Act. Outlet liability, based on the amount of land within the area. So the total assessment, of course, if you see, look down, it has to add up to that 1.3 million, the same as the estimate. Over on the right-hand side, this is basically how you work out the net cost for anyone. So you take the total, less any allowances, so those are payable back, less any grant. There is a couple of agricultural properties, and that gives you a net assessment on the very far side. And that, if the project was to come in exactly as we estimated, that would be the out-of-pocket expense to those ratepayers. There's some ratepayers that are shown that have a negative in front of them. That's a situation where the allowances have exceeded the assessment, so they're in a credit situation. There only is a few of those properties on the drain itself, but they're listed there. Lastly, we are into the Drainage Act is a fairly lengthy process, but we've gone through. We had a site meeting information meeting on June 27th. The report was filed July 2nd. We reviewed the report with the council on July 8th. The notice of the reports have been mailed out, and we are now at step number 5, which is the consideration of the report, bylaw given first and second reading, and the date for the quarter revision set. And we're at item 5, and that's we made some progress towards seeing the work implemented. Just to deal with maybe the quarter revision, which is at the bottom of item number 5, if I can ask Marty to go to the next one. There is appeals available to the property owners under the Drainage Act, and it's the engineer's responsibility to assess the project costs in a manner they feel is fair and unbiased. That being said, there is appeal authorities under the Drainage Act. When the engineer's report is completed, any property owner can appeal their assessment to the quarter revision, and the quarter revision is typically made up of 3 or 5 members of council. If anyone is dissatisfied with the results of the decision of the quarter revision, there is one further appeal to a body known as the Ontario Drainage Tribunal, and the tribunal will not only deal with cost distribution, but the tribunal also deals with issues of design or allowances. So for example, if someone thought their allowances were not sufficient, they may appeal that. If someone would like to see the design modified, they appeal to the tribunal as well. So the assessment part is a two-stage process: court of revision and tribunal. Design is tribunal, allowances are tribunal. The last one there, and I do, I've seen a copy of the provisional bylaw that staff have prepared. I'm very pleased to see that the provision for spreading payments over 5 years has been carried in that bylaw. I think that is very helpful to the property owners on this project, and several have expressed to me concerns with respect to the financial part, and having the availability to spread it over 5 years was appreciated by those that I spoke to. Just a few closing words, Your Worship and members of council. As I said before, there's no. Everyone was acting in good faith in that area. We simply are in a situation where there's a problem that needs to be addressed because of the extra volume created. It wasn't done deliberately. It's just something that needs to be rectified. The design that we have prepared has been reviewed and endorsed by the Conservation Authority, and they support it. The design not only addresses the existing drainage issues, but it also addresses issues in the future, so that the area can develop in an orderly manner, because they have a municipal system or a storm municipal drain, available to hook into, and we don't have to deal with this anymore. A good example of this is the situation with Mr. Pilla, where Mr. Pilla has now petitioned for a legal outlet to a drain. So it's not a situation where Mr. Pilla is outletting his water on top of the DeLuca farm. He's petitioning to get an outlet to the drain. And I think in the future that's something that all these developments should do, is take it to a proper outlet. And I think that's something that we should keep in mind in the future. But you can see the difference now between the Pilla development, taking it to a proper outlet, and those before where they're simply discharged without a proper outlet. And I think that's important. The Drainage Act it's a well-established procedure. You go through a series of meetings, and there's opportunities for appeals. If someone's concerned, they will be heard, and that's one thing about the Drainage Act. It's good that way. At the end of the process, there's going to be a drain constructed, hopefully, that addresses the issues, not only for our generation, but for future generations. The purpose of today's meeting is really, it's really a narrow focus. It's, do the petitioners wish to proceed? And that's kind of, in a nutshell, that's where we're at today, is do the petitioners want to proceed? The petitioners are two people. The municipality is a petitioner, and Pete and Frank Giamatola are a petitioner. And the purpose of the consideration of the report is to determine if the petitioners wish to proceed with the project. If they wish to proceed with the project, we move on to what's known as the court of revision, and that deals with assessment appeals. So that concludes my presentation, Your Worship, and hopefully it was of some value to you. And
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Pridham. So we're going to carry on and get a motion with this, and then we'll go into the staff report, which is 5.2, or 1. It's a combination thereof. 6. Should look at that. All right, so the recommendation is that the presentation from Tom Pridham, Drainage Engineer, R.J. Burnside and Associates Limited, regarding Concession Road 7, Elizabeth Street Drainage Works Engineer Report review be received. Mover, please. Councillor Meadows, second by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so 6.1 is a staff report, ID 2026-019, Concession 7 in Elizabeth Street Municipal Drain. So just some commentary before we begin this report. This portion of the meeting is being held for consideration of the engineer's report in accordance with the statutory requirements of Section 42 of the Drainage Act. The process will be as follows. 1, assessed landowners and council will be provided with an opportunity to ask questions. We will review the report first. The assessed landowners and council will be provided with an opportunity to ask questions and receive responses from the drainage engineer, Tom Pridham, or others regarding the engineer's report. 2, following questions, both petitioners being Fire on Investments and the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will be provided an opportunity to confirm if they wish to proceed with the drainage project. And lastly, Council will consider the staff report, and if all petitioners wish to proceed, Council will consider the provisional bylaw, will confirm membership of the Court of Revision, and set a date for the hearing. So I'll go to the acting CAO for just a quick introduction of the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. As Tom is very well laid out there with the presentation beforehand, this staff report is essentially to confirm that we want to proceed with this project. If both Fair and Investment as well as the township wants to proceed, then the goal is to read the bylaw as well as hear any comments from the residents, and then from there we can push on this to the Court of Revision. At this point, it is just to proceed to the Court of Revision. The idea is during the Court of Revision, that's when we really get into the nuts and the bolts of the assessments and really figure out if there's any changes regarding the Burnside's engineering expertise and what they've decided that each property is assessed at. But at this point, it's really just to confirm and move to the next step according to the Drainage Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will get a mover and seconder for the report to put it on the floor so that we have that motion. So it is, I'll read the motion first and then ask. That staff report IND 2026-019 dated July 28, 2026 regarding concession 7 and Elizabeth Street Municipal Drain be received. And that bylaw 2026-033 being a bylaw to provide for the construction of the concession road 7 and Elizabeth Street drainage works be given first and second reading. And that the Court of Revision be set for Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 9 a.m. in the Township Council chambers. And that Councillor Simpson, Councillor Borzos, and Councillor Cox be appointed by Council to sit as the Court of Revision. And that the clerk be instructed to send a copy of the provisional bylaw 2026-033 together with the notice for the Court of Revision to all assessed owners in accordance with Section 46 of the Drainage Act 1990. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All right, thank you. All right, so we're on this item. So first process is we will invite questions from landowners and then from council. So are there any landowners wishing to speak today? And we'll do this in orderly fashion. So yes, sir, if you'd like to come up to the podium, please.
Your Honor, Council. I'm Gowans. I've lived there for 40 years. I understand that what Tom says I agree with, but he also agreed with the people too, that it wasn't studied enough when it was originally passed. So it's not on any of these people behind us. And I think it's a mistake that the township will learn from when the next developer comes in. I think this is your problem now, not our problem. And that's all I can say. That's all I can say about it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other landowners, just sir? If you'd like,
I'm just going to say the exact same thing.
I need to, okay, that's fine.
I'm going to say the same thing.
All right, well,
I'll take turns.
well, if you have other comments, if you don't need to say anything else, then that's fine. If you have other comments to the matter, then I would welcome those. Again, Mr. Pridham is here to answer any questions that you might have as well. So if you do have some questions, this is your opportunity to ask them.
I have a question. Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Tom why it's going through our backyards and not on the west side of the road. It's all the west side's water. And, I mean, I have my own ditching. I'm taking all the water now, most of it. He's putting pipes beside my ditch on both sides, 1,100 feet of piping. And who's paying for it? Like, I think you guys should go out, walk around the property, and have a look at it and figure it out before you spend all that money.
Okay, thank you. Tom, would you care to answer the question with regards to the reasons for the infrastructure in the ground?
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully that's the mic's working. We I think if you look in the report, there is a section there that talks about the diversion southerly down along the 7th line. We did look at that because it came up during the discussions, and it's simply not feasible. And that's the bottom line.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Sorry, you come on back. Yeah, come back up and then,
Am I okay?
yes, go ahead.
All right, sorry about that. Yes, I have a question for Tom. On the cross-section, the page 1, you have the water course running through the lot number, there's no lot number on here, just give me a second. It's the lot on, it's lot 32, sorry about that.
Sorry, Joel, which page is that? Okay, in the drawing set.
Right. Excuse me.
Which
Okay.
page, Joe? 1?
Page 1 of 4, yeah.
Okay, yep.
It shows here, Tom, that you have the water course running through that lot. Initially, my understanding was that the water would run along that lot to the concession 7.
I can answer that.
Let me just...
Oh, I got that, Joe. Look, I can understand what you're talking about. Yep.
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yep. Council, hopefully council can find that. Just for clarification to Mr. Pilla, and if hopefully everyone can find it, it's page 1 in the drawings.
We've got it. It's
It's
page
the,
1.
Cross-section.
In the pouch.
This one right here.
Yes.
I just want to confirm with Mr. Pilla and members of council, Mr. Pilla, that's not the water course. That's the high point. That's just the break in the watershed. That's not a drain at all. That's just the
Okay.
high point. That's a,
So if that is the case, then what's running along the Home Hardware property?
again, that's the
That's a high point?
break.
Okay, so I'm misunderstanding and I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, just wanted to get that cleared up.
Absolutely. That's exactly what this meeting is for. So we want to make sure everybody's on the same page here. So, sir, yes,
Good morning, hope everybody is well. I just had a couple of questions. I live at the Billings property, directly across from the now Sierra Group. And we've heard a lot about the drains, but not a whole lot about the proposed development going in behind Home Hardware that's written on the map there. Is this drain going to be sufficient enough to handle that development, or is this just going to have to be redone again in 10, 15 years because it wasn't estimated for that? As well as, I've lived there for over 20 years, never had these flooding issues. Like, before I was there before TSC was put in. It's just big open field, never had any of these issues. So if they thought they've solved these issues when they originally put those buildings in, what's going to happen when this whole proposed industrial subdivision goes in behind Home Hardware?
thank you. Tom, do you want to speak to the second outlet that will be coming for later on in the process for the Pilla property?
Certainly, I certainly can. With respect to that industrial development, it's going to be routed through its own pond. So it's been redirected to the south, and that's Mr. Pilla has started the process to do that as well. So it'll have its own outlet to the south, independent from this work here.
Thank you, that's all I have.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I want to just wish to confirm, Mr. Pridham, so we're looking at this diagram. Anything in hatched in the blue outline is within that watershed and going to that project. Anything outside of it will go to another source.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Dominic, I own the PV. Me personally, I'd leave the water on the west side of the road where it should go, in the ditches, and send it down, and it doesn't really matter about cost, that's where the water should go. I don't believe that we have to disturb all these homes more than they've already been disturbed over all these years, because someone 10, 15, 20 years ago didn't do their, not deliberately, but they just didn't do it right, obviously, and now we have a big problem. So going to tramp through all these houses and everything, to me, is ridiculous, because it affects their properties in good ways, some, in bad ways, some, but that's, up to the property owners to determine that. But if it's got to go down the ditch to down the 7th, that's where it should go. That's the bottom line. Like, that's where the water was designed to go, and it should have went that way, not across into people's backyards. And it shouldn't get fixed by still going through people's backyards and properties that are some not even getting affected. So that's all I have to say. And we don't want to pay for it because we didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak this morning? Yes, ma'am?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Crystal Spatero, and I live 311 Elizabeth Street. I've been a resident of Elizabeth Street for more than 10 years. I'm here today to speak about the drainage concerns concerning 7th Concession and Elizabeth Street. From my perspective, the current drainage issues appear to be the result of planning, engineering, and development decisions made by the township over a decade ago along Concession Road 7. The first 5 homes on the east side of Concession Road 7, just south of Highway 89, were constructed between 1975 and 1977. 40 years later, in 2017, Home Hardware was granted building permits for the development of its property. Based on the natural topography of the area, the Home Hardware site is situated at a significantly higher elevation than the residential properties directly across the road. It doesn't take much to see that when you're driving down the side road. As part of the development approval process, Home Hardware would have been required to submit engineering plans to address stormwater management, drainage, easements, and water flow. It was then the township's responsibility to review these plans and ensure the development complied with all applicable standards and regulations, including protecting neighboring properties from adverse drainage impacts. Residents reasonably expected that approved design and construction would prevent increased runoff or drainage problems affecting existing homes. Given this, it's difficult to understand why the financial responsibility for correcting these drainage issues is now being shifted to the very residents who have been negatively affected and who played no role in creating the problem. I also have questions regarding the application of the Ontario Drainage Act. My understanding is that the drainage systems are intended to responsibly manage water and not simply transfer drainage problems from one property to another. Can the township and its drainage engineers explain how redirecting water from the west side of the 7th concession onto the east side is consistent with the intent and requirements of the Act? Going to the Burnside report, it appears to identify this issue on page 1. It states, the building permit for Home Hardware was issued in 2017, and the runoff from this property is conveyed easterly along the northerly road ditch. It passes through a culvert at the intersection with Concession Road 7 onto the residential properties on the east side of the road. End quote. This statement suggests that runoff from the Home Hardware development has been intentionally directed towards the residential properties on the east side of Concession Road 7. It appears that this additional flow has contributed significantly to the drainage problems now being experienced by those property owners. If that's the case, expecting those same residents to bear the financial burden of correcting the problem seems unreasonable. Given these existing concerns, I hope council can understand why many residents are skeptical of another proposed drainage project, particularly one that may require homeowners and businesses to contribute tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars towards its construction. The Burnside report also raises additional concerns. On page 5, it states, while Concession Road 7 is not a primary source of the surface water, the road culverts concentrate the flow of water and direct it onto the lower lands. In addition, the municipality has approved the TSC and Home Hardware developments. If the matter was pursued through the courts, the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio could be found liable for damages under common law. Furthermore, on page 34, the report states, it is abundantly clear that from our investigation that lands located on the east side of Concession Road 7 are being injured as a result of upstream development. Keyword, development. These findings appear to support what residents have been experiencing for years. Ultimately, my concern is one of fairness and accountability. The township approved developments and drainage infrastructure intended to address municipal needs. If those decisions have been contributed to the drainage problems that now exist, it's difficult to justify asking the affected property owners to finance the solution. Thank you for the opportunity to address council today, and I hope that we can come up with an agreeable solution on this.
Great, thank you. Mr. Pridham, would you care to answer some of those questions? I know there was, I think there was particularly three, but the first one was west side, east side, why we're conveying water from the east side to the west side, sorry, the west side to the east side. And then just a general comment, I guess you've addressed it already with regards to the home hardware, water flows, volume, and then the concession road 7 was the last question with regards to diverting flows across again from the west side to the east side.
Thank you, Your Worship. The natural lay of the land out there is from west to east. There is 2 existing cross culverts that have been there for a long time, venting flows. We have documentation from our work in 1984 when we worked on the Spring Creek drain, and the culverts were across the road at that time. So there's no diversion as a result of what we're proposing. It's more or less following the natural route of the water. It's part of that. I don't recall what so there's no diversion taking place. It's following the natural route of the water. And I think the Drainage Act is an ideal application in this particular situation where it's a community project, a community solution, and I think it's an ideal application for it. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak this morning? Sure, you had somebody new on this side. If you want to come up first, and then we'll come back, yes.
You'll have to excuse me, I'm not very good at public speaking.
Most of ours aren't.
Oh, you guys are doing
yes.
great. So, Sean Haffenbrack, you've heard my name several times. I sit in an awkward spot here. We've been greatly impacted by the water, yet I'm somewhat neutral. Financially speaking, we aren't absorbing any cost. My opinion is that none of the residents should. I'm not going to be a broken record, repeat all the stuff that's been said a million times. Mistakes were made, not intentionally, maybe intentionally, who knows? Who cares at this point? We just need to figure out how to fix this. I kind of see this as being 2 parts, this whole situation. There is obviously the water coming, to the north, and then there's the pipeline issue. As far as the pipeline going through the McGowan estate, that would be, in my opinion, entirely up to them. I don't see it being a bad thing as long as they're okay with it. The other water situation, I know we've spoke many times. I can't help but thinking there's another solution for that. Something non-invasive, something more affordable. Has council done a physical walk through the entire area?
Some members of council have taken a look at the sites, yes.
Yeah. Have you been through the back of Botanics? Have you seen the ditching? Have you seen how the water currently works?
So to be clear, we've seen the photos that Tom Pridham has shown us with regards
Absolutely.
to the drainage.
But have
there.
you physically done a walkthrough?
Not at
I mean,
all.
standing at the road looking down is one thing, but and I mean, Wayne can talk more about it, but he took me down through the back of the property, and there is a ditch. Now it's filled in over the years. Could we not explore options of possibly raising the properties and giving it a better ditch back there? Again, you guys are engineers, it's not my expertise, but I'm just wondering if we should look further into this, have everybody involved do a full walkthrough. I just can't help but think, and again, I'm not an engineer, I can't help but think there's a better solution to this, something that everybody's going to be happier with, both financially and physically. When I look at those numbers in the sheets and I see the compensation to the McGowan property for what's going on, I'm sorry, that's a lot of disruption for $5,000. Not being greedy, just saying the big picture. It will affect resale. It will affect a lot of things in the future, positive, negative. We can estimate, we can guess right now, but is somebody going to put that in writing? Is that like my well? You say it's not going to impact. Am I going to get that in writing? Because the home hardware's already affected my well, drastically. And it's affected the property. There's been a bigger picture here, and I'm just wondering if council would be interested in doing a better walkthrough so you guys can actually put eyes on everything that goes on. Tom's got a great report, some great pictures. It's all changed since those pictures. Twice now I've had to trench down to the house to, like, our pool washed out, our septic washed out. We've had all these problems. I never asked permission, maybe my mistake, but I had to get the water away from my house. So, like, stuff like that, that is now 4 feet from all the runoff, from all the washing. It's built up the back of the property. The water's going in different spots now. The ditch that Wayne dug back there to help get rid of the water, that's all being washed out now. I just think maybe an updated walkthrough would be a great idea. I just kind of want to propose that to council. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. 2 points I just want to clarify. First of all, Sean, just with regards to your well, make sure you do, if this project proceeds, please reach out to either Tom, because we can, that's part of the project, we can monitor that, so please do that. Tom, do you want to address the issues or alternative ideas that were discussed behind the engineering as to why this project was settled for this type of closed drain?
Well, I can do that, Your Worship. We've been out there numerous times, and including walking it recently with several owners, and probably done 300 reports over 45 years. And what we propose is a good long-term solution. Once it's all said and done and backfilled and hydroseeded and topsoiled, it will be a benefit to everyone involved. We've reviewed the design, have a permit from the Conservation Authority. They support it as well. The best thing to do is to pipe it. What we propose is to pipe it like we propose. There's no future maintenance out there. To start doing some ditching and modifications, quite honestly, would be going backwards. And I strongly, what the report and the design that's approved by the Conservation Authority is the best solution for that area.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other persons wishing to speak? Wayne?
The drainage, like, my property, am I getting outlets? Am I gonna fill my ditches in? Like, is that what you're proposing?
With respect to your,
I'm paying for drainage in your report. What am I doing with my ditches?
with respect to your property,
Yeah.
Mr. Belling, there's no physical work on your property.
But I've been part of the drainage program. So I'm gonna have ditches beside that 1,100 feet of pipe. It doesn't make sense.
The ditches can be, if you read the TRO report, which is a stormwater management report done for your property, those ditches were intended for stormwater management on your lands, and they can
Alright.
they can stay for as stormwater management for your lands.
Right, and so you're gonna pipe alongside of them. It still doesn't make sense. I don't agree with it. You guys have to come in and look at it. You have to. Like, it just, and you gotta look at the whole area, because right now it's mismatched. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other persons?
You go, Pete.
Do you want to come back up? Did you have any? Did you have further comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, go. Come on, come on.
Go ahead, I'll be last. I'm good.
Oh, sorry, I probably should have got all of my questions out of the way the first time I was up here. So I live beside the Guerrero property on the opposite side, obviously, first house on the street, the Billings estate. How is this going to affect the flooding that happens in my front yard? Like, come springtime or heavy rainfall, like my entire front yard will completely flood, causing my basement to flood, obviously. And that's been since Home Hardware was put in. Like I said, I've lived there for 20 years. When we first moved in, never had these issues. Now all of a sudden it's starting to seem like I need a second sump pump just to manage the water coming up through my floor. So is this proposed drainage system going to affect my drainage issues, even though there's no work going on my property?
Mr. Prudhomme?
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to that, that's on the north side of the north crossing. Ms. Guerrero also mentioned it to me as well, that the water sheets off the asphalt onto her property. I think it's something that the Director of Public Works and myself can look at. There's probably some regrading that's needed there to bring the water to that new catch basin. But that's something, that water could be taken southerly to the new catch basin and the road, to some regrading done that the Director and I could look at. Ms. Guerrero mentioned the same thing, that water tends to sheet off right into her garage.
Yeah, because the business beside us as well, Jim's, also has a lot of significant flooding that happens, especially during around like the first thaw after the winter.
Yeah, it just needs some better ditching.
Okay, but just to confirm, the Farron drain outlet will actually improve the area in the back of that backyard of this gentleman then?
It's my front yard, actually.
But it would improve your backyard?
The stub is,
And then-
it won't be the stub that improves it. There's a new road crossing there, the
Yes.
northerly road crossing. There's a catch basin on the east side. There's some re-ditching needed to that new catch basin, which would help relieve these two properties.
Yes.
So this new drain that's being put in is not going to do anything for my front yard.
No, not for your front yard, but it'll give an outlet for the road reconfiguration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
All right, any other persons?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we purchased property approximately 5 years ago, and we've had nothing but issues from the get-go. We put about 30,000 into the basement, and it was underwater. Had a company come in and tile drain it on the inside. One sub pump turned into 3. At this point now, we have 1 2-inch hose draining out. So what we did was we ended up brought a fella in and put swales in to the fence line, which got halted, okay, at the fence line. Couldn't get it into Wayne's ditch. So at the end of the day, we still have water issues. I was in the basement yesterday and the pumps were almost overflowing, okay? I want the problem fixed. We didn't create it. I get what everybody's saying here about not wanting to pay for it. I get that. We're not engineers. Our council, at the time, were the ones that went ahead and put the stamp on it to give it the go. Now, our council wants us to look after it financially. I personally don't think that's right, but at the end of the day, it has to be addressed. The water in the backyard is ridiculous. The bulrushes in the backyard shouldn't be there. So at the end of the day, me personally, I'd like to know, how are we going to get this addressed and how quickly are we going to get it addressed? Because I heard 5 years ago it was going to be addressed. And here we are today and we're still talking about it. Everybody here, as far as I know, in council, gets paid to do a job. Do the job and take care of the taxpayers. That's the way I see it. Okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Worship Council. I've only been living out here a short while, and it's beautiful out here. Pride of ownership, beautiful area. And I see amongst the neighbors here the financial, amounts that they've already put in. So I'm here just to say, if at all, the neighbors and everybody has put in a lot of money already. And that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll turn to council for any questions. Councillor Meadows?
Thank you, Your Worship. We keep going on about this. This is 12 years for me dealing with this. This was one of my first election promises to the residents that were in the area. I don't know how many times I have walked that property from beginning to end with different councils, with different people, Tom. I don't know how many times I've been out there with you and Ronnie and trying to get this fixed. And yes, a lot of mistakes were made putting this in, as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion. Sitting here on council, I was against the home hardware dumping all the water onto the properties. There's a law that states how long, I'd like to ask Debbie how long the law has been in place where you cannot divert water onto another person's property. How long has that law been in place and planning?
Ms. Anderson?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Meadows, the building code identifies that you can't discharge directly onto abutting properties.
Mm-hmm.
And it has for...
How many, like a long time?
Yes.
Yeah, like 50 years, 40 years?
Building code came into effect in 1972.
72. Okay, so it's been in place a long time. Okay, thank you.
From the best of my knowledge, 1994 and onwards.
Okay. The one thing that nobody's talking about here is, so this all started with the TSE when it was being built. And Dominic, I feel sorry for you because you bought the property, and I feel sorry for Pete because you bought the property that you did. Everybody's buying and selling property back there. Home Hardware, I believe, has had a change of ownership in the property, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just assuming, okay? So a lot of people have changed in that area, but it's still the same problem. When I was on council, we had problems with the water flow. I sat here and brought up the fact that the water is going to flow into an area that is already full of water. So to say that nobody knew about this is not true, because I sat here on this council and stated that. And today, I'd hate to say that I told you so, because here it is again today, and we're here with the same problem, with more water in that area. And I totally agree with every single one of you out there, is that I truly believe, and I'd like to put a motion forward, that the Township of Adjala-Tos pick up the cost of the entire project, and the start date starts the spring of 2027 to accommodate our need to address tenders for this project. It has to be done. And that is my position on this. We created the problem, whether we did it intentionally or not. It was our planning and our desire to get more industry into this township that caused this problem. And that's my position on this. Whether it's right or wrong, that's my position and my opinion. So I would like to put that motion forward to add to our current motion that's being presented today on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Borzos?
Thank you. Through the chair, just a couple of points and perhaps maybe a couple of questions to Mr. Pridham. I'm just referring back to the section you quoted, Tom, 5.3. And it does say here, as you read it, this increase in volume is permanent consequence of the increased impervious areas of developed sites and exists independently of the flow control devices, so on. I guess my question is, I understand that everybody wants to blame the township. I understand that ultimately the township or the council at the day was the one who maybe approved this, but nobody here is hydrogeological engineering. The reason why we hire engineering firms and consulting firms is to give us that information based on which we can actually move forward and say, yes, we think it's credible and we will do it, but again, by no means we are experts. Or we can just say, no, we don't want to move forward. So I guess where I'm going with this is, I'd like to know, as I wasn't on council at the time, who was the consulting engineer at the time. And in that case, I have two observations with respect to their work. One is, either it was done negligently, which it is what it is, or if it's not negligence, then perhaps a degree of incompetence. Either of those cases should be covered by the engineering company's limited liability insurance. So because of that, I think at this point, it is not council who should be paying for any of this, but we should actually roll the clock back a little bit and to see who gave us the information based upon we approved home hardware, based upon we approved TSC, because with these things, and again, I have a very limited understanding, but some understanding of some groundwater things, we took out a really large area of significant groundwater recharge areas by paving acres and acres of land for home hardware, acres of land for TSC, and so on. And we will continue to do so for probably the Pila subdivision. And by doing so, what we are doing is we are basically oversaturating the aquifer where we shouldn't be oversaturating it. And again, I'm not an engineer, not in that discipline anyways, and so I don't know exactly how it works, but I do know that by doing this, we are just creating a big sewer or a drain down to whichever the topography flows, which is to the east. So really, we need to dig into this a little deeper and see what happened at that time based on what information the council of the day decided the way they decided, and then go backwards, because I don't know what the statute of limitations are, but I'm pretty sure a decent enough lawyer can figure things out. And I mean, that's how I see this. With respect to my question, well, just another observation, looking at the overall cost of $1.3 million is a little disturbing to me to see that nearly a quarter of that amount is in consulting fees. It's not about putting a shovel into the ground, it's not about doing anything whatsoever, it's about consulting fees, which we already paid when this whole situation started with the root cause, which was at the time information based upon what we acted. So those are the two observations. My question to Tom would be is, hypothetically speaking, this bylaw, council passes the bylaw today, which includes provisions to push the cost to the residents as it is described in your report, correct? That's not correct. Okay, so I need a better clarification. I need some understanding. So I need to understand that part. And I also would like to understand that if the bylaw was to pass today, at the time, a month from now, at the Court of Revision, is there a remedy option available to the residents to argue this and perhaps, I guess, turn it around and just defeat the bylaw, if you will?
Mr. Pridham?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, first of all, if I can go backwards a little bit, as I mentioned before, I don't think, looking back at the history of the development there was no, what was done was the design of the times, pre equals post. There was no provisions in either report with respect to volume. So that, I don't think there's really any negligence. It's more of an oversight that nobody accounted for volume, but it wasn't part of the design of the time. So as far as negligence goes, looking back, I really don't honestly think that would be an option, because it wasn't provisioned for in either report. So what was approved was constructed, but there was nothing dealt with in volume. So pursuing a route of negligence, I don't see that as being a way to go. Today's meeting it's a provisional bylaw. It gets first and second reading. It's not final. The next stage is the Court of Revision, and the members of the court, if anyone within the assessed watershed area is concerned with respect to their assessments, they may appeal. Whoever is sitting as the court has the right to make amendments to the schedule that we have prepared. And you do have that right as a court. So if you want to take 50% of the private lands and add it to the roads, you have that authority to do that. If the owners are still not satisfied at the end of that day, they have one further appeal to the tribunal. So it's a multi-stage process where the owners have the opportunity to appeal and express their concerns. So it's not a situation where, once the bylaw is given first and second reading, it's a done deal. There's lots of procedure from there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair to Tom, when would, let's say all the, like the quarter revision goes forward and the procedures in accordance with the act are followed, when would be implementation date for the drainage system?
I would hope to see it tendered this fall with construction next spring.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that would be ideal. In the large farm property at the back, that's going into wheat next year, so it would be a perfect time.
Are there any other comments? Deputy Mayor Laux?
No, thank you through the chair. And I believe Councillor Borzos hit it there. And I understand this gentleman wanting for us to come have a walkthrough and all that. And I understand all that. That's the personal aspect of going and doing and seeing that. But like he said, I know nothing about about drainage or where it should go or what it should do or whatever. I have to take Burnside's report, Tom's report there, as the best case scenario that, these guys are engineers, this is what they do professionally, and I understand, like, oh, it sounds like easier just to shoot it down the west side of the road, but if that was feasible, I'm sure a firm like this would have that option on the table. So I'm gonna, I definitely support the report on how it is and how we should deal with the situation, and I know it's not going to make everybody happy, and I guess the quarter revision will hopefully make the correct decision to see who actually pays for it. And I do believe, the owners of the properties, you shouldn't have to pay for the full pop of that. But that'll be decided in a proper way. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. To Mr. Pridham. Your report notes that the proximate cause of the excess water is Home Hardware and TSC lands and the improvements there on it. And on page 6, it notes the lack of VFRs, vortex flow restrictors, which temporarily cause stormwater to back up through the system in pond and strategic locations. Was this a condition for approval for that property?
The vortex flow restrictors are devices that are put in the structures to slow flow down. It was part of the approved stormwater management report for that development. That's correct.
And yet it was not implemented.
It's hard to say whether they were put on and took off. I'm not aware of it.
But at this time, we can confirm that they are not in place on those properties. Is that correct?
On the Home Hardware property.
On the Home Hardware.
Yeah.
And Home Hardware, as I understand it, represents an increase of 110% from pre-development conditions.
In terms of volume.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additionally, I wanted to talk, that's one concern I have. Another concern I have is with regard to the Jankovic property. The TRCA has done a project called the Riverwalk, where they've taken, they've enhanced the Humber River corridor and taken lands out of the floodplains because of the improvements that the TRCA and the City of Brampton are doing. With regard to this project, will we be removing any of the lands, the Jankovic property, which from a rough look on it, which is fully employment lands, by the way, about 70% of the property seems to be in the floodplain and undevelopable. Does this improvement allow for those properties and the restricted areas to now become useful again?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, the design for the open drain component of this system that we're working on is a 2-year storm, which is a very small storm. The impact of the ditching that we're proposing will not change the current flood lines on that property. It's on such a small event. So the flood lines will not change.
So there's likely to be no change to that, and the property owner cannot later bring forward an application to amend those property lines or where that development can happen?
The flood lines that the NVCA currently have will not be changed one way or the other as a result of this work.
Okay.
The status quo.
I'm wondering why we're not making that change at this time, because that would be a significant improvement to that property. No?
Again, that's beyond the scope of the current petition is by council or for the 7th line and for the Elizabeth Street. I think I have been working with those owners there. They have a planner and an engineer involved, and I think they're working on their own system. But it's beyond the scope of the Drainage Act.
Okay. The reason I bring that up is because we are making a significant improvement to their property. We're asking for lands for the ditch on their property. And, you know, at a future date, they're going to have a significant benefit if they were to put tile drainage, if they were to put anything on that property. Is there those improvements right now? Is there tile drainage on that property?
There's no tile in that. I don't think there's any intention to farm that. They're looking towards developing that property.
Right. That's my understanding as well.
Yeah.
And so when I look at it and we're looking at, you know, potential changes in grading and everything like that, to me, it makes sense that we would also look at that aspect of it and potential changes in the future because that property is one of the very limited properties within the entire municipality that is part of our employment lands. And I think we need to ensure that we monitor that and understand what we're doing there better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any further comments from council before I go to the next opportunity we're going to come back and look at the report. So any further comments with regards or questions to Mr. Pridham? Okay. All right, so the second step here is, and I'll read this again just so it's clear to everyone. So following the questions, both petitioners being Fire and Investments and the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will be provided with an opportunity to confirm if they wish to proceed with the drainage project. Okay. So I will now confirm with Fire and Investments if they wish to proceed with the construction of a branch drain for their property or withdraw their petition. Okay. All right, and I will now confirm with council whether they wish to proceed with the construction of the drainage works or withdraw their petitions, and I'll look to see if there's any objections to that. Seeing none. So we will proceed as well. All right, so we are back to the main motion then for the staff report. Councillor Meadows, I did hear I would desire to move an amendment to that motion. Okay. Did you have that language again?
I would like to move that the Township of Adjala-Tos pick up the cost of the entire project and the start dates.
Sorry, your mic's not on.
Pardon me?
Can you turn your mic on?
I move that the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio pick up the cost of the entire project, and the start date starts the spring of 2027 to accommodate our need to address tenders for the project.
Okay, thank you.
And I move that.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Meadows. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cox? Okay. Discussion. Sure. Discussion or comments with regards to that item? Several. Councillor Simpson, Councillor Cox, Councillor Borzos.
Through the chair, I agree with Councillor Meadows that residents on these stretches are being negatively impacted because of works that were done and works that were approved by council in previous years. That said, with regard to the funding of that, Mr. Meadows, do you have any sources for funding that?
Councillor Meadows, your mic, please.
Our next budget that comes forward would have to accommodate this. We also have overages every year in the working fund that should be able to suffice in paying for this. We pay for everything else out of the working fund, so I don't know why we can't add this on to that particular project as well. This has to be looked at, has to be done, and it's not fair for our residents to pay for something that they did not do, and I don't believe the businesses should have to pay for something that they paid to have done as well. And council, whether we were right or wrong, or we were giving wrong advice, this council made the decisions to put those things forward. So I think everybody has to pay for mistakes made by past and present council, and we have done in the past. So budgets are there for a reason, and I think this should accommodate a budget process. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Might I suggest, and perhaps staff can provide some context here, if we had known that there were issues to developing the Home Hardware property and the TSC property, would council not have put in requirements for those property owners to fix the situation as part of their cost? I think it's fair to say that we would have. And perhaps I can ask the treasurer this. Would it be possible to pull funds from development charges? Because it's likely that the proponents for the projects would have paid development charges. Is it not possible to pull funds from the development charges to pay for these expenditures at this time?
Through your worship to the councillor, no, development charges can only be used to fund projects that are in the approved DC background study.
Correct. Within our development charge study, there is a provision for water courses and storm sewer systems drainage works that are required for developments, either internal or external to the area to which the plan relates, which would otherwise be a direct developer responsibility under Section 59 of the DCA. That provision being within our development charges background study, would that not be sufficient to give us an out in order to access funding from development charges for infrastructure?
Through the chair, I don't think so, but to give you a wholehearted answer, I would want to confer with our consultants at Hempson.
Okay. If council can get a response to that prior to, I guess, the quarter revision going forward, I think that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Understood.
Okay, Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Pridham, can we put a motion today to pay for it before the quarter revision? Like, is that going contrary to the act and the procedures that are to be followed?
Through the chair to Councillor Cox. I've never been asked that question, to be honest with you. and I really don't know if I'm the appropriate one to answer it. My feeling is it's not. It needs to follow the process. Is what my thoughts are, but that's only my thoughts.
Thank you.
Councillor Borzos?
Thank you, through the chair. Just, I guess, a comment, observation. I fully agree with Mr. Meadows' motion, but I'd like to offer a friendly amendment just to sort of maybe clarify things a little more. And I'm basing this suggestion on my earlier comment. So what I'd like to say is, instead of the language stating that the township absorbs all the cost or pays for it all, I think we can just simply state that we will relieve the residents from any charges, and that the township shall investigate ways and avenues to recover this cost as much as possible based on previous actions, previous activities, after reviewing I'm just making this up as I go, but so the language is not there, but I think you get the concept.
Well, the cost would be absorbed by the township. I don't think you need any more than that. And being absorbed by the township or being paid for by the township.
I personally believe that, and I know it's not a bit of a back and forth, but it is.
No, I'm just.
I personally believe that the key two key objectives we have here. One is rectify the situation to make it livable and workable for everybody involved. Number two, relieve the residents from any kind of financial burden or financial responsibility. Now, how we actually do that behind the scene, it really is none of their business. It's our business. And I think in just looking forward and thinking how this thing is going to play out 5 years down the road, I think the language is important to say that we will relieve the residents, and then obviously that indirectly means that we are responsible for the cost. But how do we do it? Are we paying for it ourselves, which is what the current language means to me, or are we looking for recovery avenues, or perhaps using the big word subrogation against, and not negligence perhaps, but then it was maybe a slight incompetence by not paying attention to some of the things. So anyway, thank you.
Right, and that discussion is not to be had here, so.
No, I understand.
Deputy Mayor Laux?
Thank you, through the chair. I had the same question ideally as Councillor Cox to a certain degree, and I appreciate the motion from Councillor Meadows to absorb the cost of the residents, but should we not be doing that motion after the quarter revision, in case, like, going through the proper channels first, and then ideally the quarter revision may make that decision for us, as opposed to bringing a motion forward right now? That's my only concern, is that we're kind of doing things backwards here, or possibly not properly. And I don't know if the clerk could answer that, whether there's any sort of implications of doing a motion like that and then not having the quarter revision.
Madam Clerk, if you'd like to provide any comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Deputy Mayor Laux. In accordance with Section 42 of the Drainage Act, the consideration of the engineer's report, which we are here to do today, the purpose of that is just to consider if the works are going to continue, if the engineering is sound, and if all petitioners or any assessed properties that need to be included have been included in the engineer's report. Through the Drainage Act, it is the Court of Revision that does the reassessments. What would happen is a petitioner would come forward, say they would like their assessed value reconsidered, and the Court of Revision would have a deliberation and determine if they would like to reduce that amount of the assessed value and by how much. Typically, if the values are reduced, it is transferred onto the road, so the township's portion of it. That is the mechanism that is set up under the Drainage Act for the assessed values.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the amendment? Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair. I have some confusion with regard to what is a resident. Are we including the corporations as residents?
Residents and corporations, everybody that's on this system.
So
we have already billed the corporations and the commercial people on this whether they caused this or whatever, they've already been billed for it through our planning, through our whole planning process. And Dominic from Sierra can tell you it's a very costly process that the commercial people go through to put in an industrial or commercial property. It's not cheap. And that process, whether it was wrongly done by our planning staff at the time, whether it was done wrong by our chief engineers at the time, it was done. And this council at the time passed all these projects on recommendations from staff and all these other engineers. That's another issue altogether. The process has already been done, and we can't expect to go back 10 years or 15 years, or even in the case of Sierra, where it's almost 20 years now when the system was put in, to ask for DC charges to pay for the system that was wrongly done in the first place.
But this isn't DC charges. These are assessments based on the Drainage Act. And when we're assessing cost, and we know that the proximate cause of the issues come from those properties, I think it's appropriate that they pay that amount as needed to facilitate the work that's being proposed. So when you make, a motion noting that residents, I think we need to be clear on who we're asking, whether we're asking the people who have caused the issue to also be removed from liability or potential liability.
Well, I didn't say residents in my summation. I said that the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio pick up the costs of the entire project, and the start date starts spring of 2027 to accommodate our need to address tenders for the project. I didn't mention residents at all with regards to this. I mentioned the entire project. And I think it's quite obvious that there's a huge problem there that was created by poor planning, poor engineering, or whatever. That has to be rectified. And I think that we are responsible as a body sitting here to make sure that residents aren't penalized for it. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. I appreciate that context. I will note, however, that while I agree with you that residents shouldn't be on the hook, I think it is, as I understand the process to be, it's more appropriate that this be something that be relayed to the Court of Revision and reviewed at that time. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions with regards to the amendment? Seeing none, a request for a recorded vote was made by Councillor Meadows. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Sorry, are we voting on the amendment or on the
On the
main motion?
amendment.
On the
We are
amendment.
voting on the amendment at this time.
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
I will note that Councillor O'Leary is absent. Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
Against.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
Against?
That's 3 in favor, 3 against, and 1 absent.
Thank you. The motion is defeated and for not the want of a majority. All right, so we're back to the main motion. Any further comments or questions with regards to the main motion? Okay, Madam Clerk, just remind me who I had that as moved and seconded, please.
The main motion was moved by Councillor Cox and seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks.
Thank you. All right, again, any comments or questions with the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. So just for the landowners that are here, just as providing additional notice, the quarter revision will be set for Wednesday, August 26th, 2026 at 9 a.m. in council chambers here. All right, so we're on to item 7 then, which is bylaws. So this is again the bylaw for the Concession Road 7 and Elizabeth Street Drainage Works. We're looking at the approving the first and second reading today. So that bylaw 2026-033 being a bylaw to provide for the Concession Road 7 and Elizabeth Street Drainage Works in the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will be read a first and second time and provisionally adopted. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson, Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, thank you. It is now 10:35 a.m. and I will take a 10-minute recess, please. All right, I'm going to reconvene the meeting at 10:49 a.m. Took a bit longer for recess there, but well deserved. Okay, so we are on item 8 now, which is going into closed session. So I have two recommendations here. So that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convene in closed session at 10:50 a.m. to address the following items. First is a confidential staff report, PLA 2026-011, with regards to South Simcoe Priority Project, Everett Community Partners Incorporated, also known as West Everett. And the reason we are going in camera is for information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them in a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And that's with regards to the South Simcoe Priority Project, Everett Community Partners Incorporated. And the second item is a confidential presentation from Tim Kane, SGL, Planning and Design. Again, reason, information explicitly supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them in a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. South Simcoe Priority Project, Everett Community Partners Incorporated. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson. Seconder, please. Sure. Can I just get a seconder first? Seconder, Councillor Cox. And clarification, Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I just need this is the first time a motion like this I've seen come forward since I've been sitting here, and excuse my ignorance on the matter, but it says by Canada. Does that mean it's a Canadian representative of the federal government project or something that's within here, or?
No, it's by any of them. So it'd be by Canada, a local board, Canada, or the province or territory, or a crown agency. So we have received information from the province, and that is why we're going in camera.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further clarifications? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And we are now in closed session. All right, so we will reconvene in open session. So the recommendation is that council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio reconvene in open session at 1:35 p.m. And that council directs the chief administrative officer, together with the appropriate municipal staff and municipal legal counsel, to enter into negotiations with the proponents of the West Everett development and the province of Ontario concerning the proposed development of the lands and community benefits, and any necessary agreements to be brought to council at a future date. Is there a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Simpson and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Laux. Are there any questions with regards to that resolution? Councillor Meadows?
I thought we were going to have something come back to council before it was to go.
Yes, the community, any necessary agreements will be brought to council at a future date.
At a future date before, we direct, okay, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're at item 9, which is the confirmation bylaw, the bylaw 2026-034 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at a special council meeting held on July 28, 2026 be enacted. And a mover, please. Deputy Mayor Laux, and a seconder, Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? And that is carried. And it is now 1:37, and I will adjourn the meeting.